Bum, 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 bum. Okay, good. Going, it's going, it's going. Yeah. Yeah, I think the messed up part about this is the thickness of the coats. It seems there where I ran out of the polyurethane and it managed to be relatively stiff already. So, but nothing here. I still have a table here. Yeah, random tabletop. I still think I need to put some cabinets in here or something. Or something. One's empty, one has something, and then there's one more. Those. And then I need to get rid of the case. Or some of this equipment here. Some of this equipment there. Think about it. If we take care of this with the space here that doesn't do anything, make storage here. Some sort. Let's do some measurements. I think I can squeeze some things in here. Yeah. 30, 35, 35 and a half. Guys are these two birds. This two. Oh, it was here and there. Okay. Recycle this. What do we have here? Almost empty. There's my CNC stuff. Oh, wood is heavy and hard. Even like it's hard, including my lattice wood. That's the CNC stuff. And I'm gonna give it a quick vacuum. See how that looks. else does. Wait, and what's in here? It's empty. What's in here? Oh, what is it? A lot of very fancy color. Maybe that should end up over there somewhere. Do you have anything else to store here? I really want to store. Some electronics and wheels. Next. And wheels. Right, that leaves me that space. Linens, safety hatches. Thank you. Skip that. With products. Gosh, some leather here. Oh, that goes in here. Stuff, corners, bags, and leather. This is empty. Two empty ones. I need to put the leather in something. It is probably sealed box and we could use one of the buckets. Leather is comfortable and foldable, so we use one of the buckets. A little bit of dust. We can handle. You need to sort out through the leather and toss most of it out. Now that we have started making things out of leather, I think some pieces are just too small for consideration on any reasonable amount of long-term projects. Now, let's open here. Here. Leather is good. And then, okay, that solves that problem. What else is here? Paint stuff. But I've been using them as much as I thought we will. I'm happy with a number of those. Very good. This go away. This is just cardboard. Cardboard. Right. That's I'm repurposing for a side project. Of those projects that have too much of. Okay, that covers the bottom. Take it apart. What's on top? Flipping corners. Plywood. And this, yeah. This stays out. That's gonna be used. Number of wipes. This side. A greater house. Thank you very much for the birthday wishes. Yeah, I'm getting old. Getting very, very, very old. Okay, yes. It's out. With the rope. That's what's in here. Oh, this stuff. Well, that's a clean t-shirt. T-shirt bag. They live here, I might as well have clothes, right? And sheet pockets aside. This chessboard still needs to go somewhere. Let's go. That's here for now. Now we can take this apart. The poly, I don't know. I got it at Home Depot, so let's see. Looks like a year old, a year and a half old. So the poly should be fine. Again, I'm thinking the thickness. I just rolled it on a little too thick. Because there's a space right here by the vent, which feels pretty solid. So I'm assuming it's the thickness that's giving troubles. And how old I am? If you cannot tell, you shouldn't be asking, right? No, I'm I'm past college days at this point. I remember cassette tapes. I played on computers that had only orange or green screens. I remember floppies when they were actually floppy. Didn't get a laser mouse till what, junior year of college. It's been a while. At this point, at this point, my taste in music is vintage. Towards the new generation. So let's leave it at that. It's just no, no. That's a little higher. Not there yet, but close enough. But let's not play that guessing game. I'm definitely past my 30s. Been a while since I was in my 30s. Not in my 30s and not quite 45. Let's keep narrow it down. The way I see it, as long as once in a while somebody mistakes me for a 26-year-old, I'm okay with my age. But I think enough about me. What exciting projects are you working on nowadays? What's the next big thing you're excited about? I genuinely hope the poly is going to settle sooner rather than later. I'd like to get my assembly table back. It's everything else is thin nailed and glued, or got nailed and glued. A lot of the things I made for this shop are just temporary structures that we get taken apart soon after. Another apartments. Okay, that space looks better. Lots of little crap on the ground, but we're slowly making progress here. Let's see. I can. That's the electronics plus the wheels. Electronics. Give me this space. Put this. I'm gonna be here for now. Moving blankets into here. Empty containers. For now, let's not pretend about tabletop. 9 volt. Honestly, I don't even know what that looks like. I think the first cordless drill I got was I think the first cordless drill I had is a Ryobi 18 volt, and that wasn't so long ago. Before that was all cordless things. Automation that puts us in this beautiful millennial, close enough to Gen X. That's my first cursor, okay? I'm starting at 6 foot wide, 30 inches tall, 2 inches deep, sideboard holding. Ooh. Yeah, I heard really good things about the Oliver, especially the new one. I think there was an older version that wasn't as good, and helical blades are really good for most of the things. I found 2 things about the blades. The high-speed steel blades, the straight blades, are sharper, and they leave a smoother finish, but they dull quickly enough. And any small nick and scratch and chip just leaves the mark permanently there, where in the helical style heads or spiral star heads, if you have a small chip, usually there's an overlap of another carbide tipped, cleaning it up for you. So the damage on the final piece is a lot less. But what I found with my DeWalt, which I have a Shelix helical head for it, is that if you have mismatched carbide inserts, they are a lot more prone to chip and get damaged on nuts or denser parts of the wood. So, and then I think I started stripping the front rollers that push it through it. So that, and rough cut lumber is I think it's a lot of the times people talk about it like it's a all in all thing, but it comes with its own caveats. On the other hand, you get to actually take things, and if you're careful, the amount of waste you produce is a lot less for a smaller price. So you get a lot nicer results, but it takes a second to do it. And if you don't have a jointer, which I didn't have for a year of being in this shop, it gets a little tricky if you get a board that has a little bit of a warp or a little bit of a I mean, I tried the hot glue to a flat piece of MDF. I tried, running it. Again, if I need smaller pieces, that's a half a problem, because you can find smaller pieces, 20, 30 inches. You can find a piece on a big board it's relatively flat. So if you run it with a planer on both sides, it works out. But longer pieces becomes a problem. And then if you have a decent table saw or a track saw you trust, or a circular saw you trust, you can get a lot done with the edges. So when I was helping my dad rebuild part of the basement furniture and whatnot, because there was a flood, I ended up jointing 2x4, so old studs, with a circular saw. I just drew a line and freehanded, no planer, no table saw, and you can get pretty close. It's a exercise on your muscles and your wrists and your hands, and you do need a decent circular saw, lots of batteries, and a brand new blade, or relatively newish blade. preferably carbide tipped. Yeah. Oh, it's wood. Dealing with wood from raw, well, raw. Yeah, it's stone already, so it's relatively flat, relatively square, relatively straight. But we're dealing with rough sawn wood into final planks is that's a level of joy very hard to describe to people that don't do any woodworking or don't work with their hands or tools. I'm very happy for you. What kind of wood are you using? I think you mentioned what are you using for. I'm guessing oak, maybe maple, walnut. They're the common ones that will come up. Red oak probably cheaper. White oak is better, but price difference is huge. What else is there that's That's nice. You got I'm assuming the black walnut, right? So I'm guessing you have the grayish kind or you have the coffee creamy kind. It's most of the walnut I get is usually has this kind of grayish, bluish kind of hue to it. But every now and then I get a singular board that has this very yellowish kind of a coffee toffee kind of look to it. And those boards are really nice. They don't match the other type of walnut at all, but walnut is nice. Pain in the ass to hand carve, but that's a different story. And a little finicky on finishing. Like I found the fibers which sometimes cause a little problems when I try to router things and whatnot. They pull a little longer. So, but a really nice wood. This guy look good. 6 by 20 by 30. Hey. What you doing for the top? I'm just gonna pick your brain because I'm getting kind of excited about this. Fortunately, my outfeed table was kind of not there by it, but yeah, the top. You going with 3/4 with some supports, or you going for thicker? Are we doing kind of a peasant table setup, or you just have a bunch of planks with end boards, or are you going to go all the way through? Are you gluing them? Are you grooving them? Are you putting little floating tenons or things into it? Are you mounting it from the bottom? I want to hear all of it. Now, I understand that to hear all of it, you would have to sit there and type a 3,000 word essay. So I will settle for the neat and gritty kind of dirty explanation, but excited. I'm going to laminate 3 boards around 7 inches together. Okay, so there's going to be 3 boards that are 7 inches together and 3/4 to 7/8 blue and dominoes. So you're starting with 4/4 boards. You expect to drop 1/4 inch after milling and sanding, an eighth to 1/4 inch. Okay. You got boards that were at least 7 inches wide. And then glue and dominoes. Right. And then I'm gonna ask back and bottom will be plywood. Plywood, okay. Floor shaker type doors with solid wood face, frame, and plywood panels. Light panel with cat scratches. Okay, if you have little demon terrors running around with furniture, yeah. You're making your own cat scratches or are you buying? Because people, the two I think most common is old industrial rugs because they are super strong, and or vertically stark cardboard that's gonna squeeze together. That's that. Yeah. Okay, so here's the question I have. Um, uh, I'm assuming it's for an indoors thing with a relatively stable climate, right? And you don't have to worry about temperature and humidity variations. But how are you going to account for wood movement on the big one? I guess how are you going to account for wood movement on the top? Plywood is relatively stable. It warps here and there with water, blah 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 blah. But the wood is going to move, right? And I've always been told that wood moves between a 16th and an eighth of an inch per foot, depending on temperature, right? Dry wood. So you have 20 inches, so almost feet. So that makes it 1/8 to a quarter inch movement, right, across the whole thing. So are you going to use one of those Z clamps? Are you going to make a slightly wider bolt and mounting hose, or are you just going to slap it down? Lots of glue, lots of pressure, a couple of screws, and one. So the reason I'm asking is not to put you on the spot. The reason I'm asking is because I always struggle with how do you how do I attach things like large wood surfaces. So far, most of the things I've done in the shop are either big or they're out of material that doesn't move, plywood, for example, right? And and the one time I did a big wardrobe out of maple, that thing moved uh, because it went from my shop, which is warm and a little humid but warm, into a church which is damp and cold, or little damp, not wet, but it's little damp and cold. And the door started, wavering. So it was one of those, shaker frames with a middle bar, and the door went from being straight to being a little curved on one side. So I'm gonna have to at some point borrow the door, toss it on the table saw, give it a one clean cut, to even it out. Because it's expense. Again, the panels were really thin. The panels were 3/8 thick. I think I have an example of that kind of panel here. Can I get to it? No. Right, so I had this kind of, but you can already see. Let me get the other camera. Again, the whole build was a little insane because the budget I got for this for the materials for this was they covered the material but they cover labor, so it was kind of insane. Let's see. We get the setup and no, yes, good. So this is what I write. This is the panels. You can actually see the little curve to it. So the joints. Focus. Not you being a poopy head here. I'm trying to show off some of the things here. We focus. Oh yeah. So I did, this kind of joint, which is great. But again, the whole thing, you can actually see it. Focus. You can actually see it curved. So that was a problem because this moves. So that was that. And you said I think I was good. With white holes and maybe. And in Pennsylvania, which means you get go from humidity to dry, right? Winter dry, and then humidity during hurricane season. I mean, depending where in Pennsylvania, but I've been towards the coast, so that was pretty humid during the summers. The other thing that works pretty well with that approach, and again, I apologize for the mess, is bigger ones here. These guys, right? If you're just thinking about, focus. Yep. Right. So these guys work pretty well. And then whatever kind of bolt you want and big enough washer. So that works pretty well. I did those. I tried the different P-clamp thingy magics, but I could never get it to work exactly how I want. So those have been kind of my go-to. Let's put back to the main. Oh yeah, we just clean this up. I'm very proud of this area. It's a lot brighter than it seems, but the camera is just not stabilizing stuff. Nice. Boom. Oh, okay. It's being stupid because we have that piece of sun flying. Good. So yeah, so those are the the kind of threaded inserts, basically working pretty well. The other thing I saw somebody do. Now I don't know how well it works. I saw somebody do it on one of those small channels like myself, where there's 2 viewers. Is they attached a piece of wood, bloody piece of wood, with a little lip underneath it, and so this could ride back and forth a little bit, but it couldn't be pulled off. And because you have enough of a holdout, that little lip or whatever you put underneath it worked. Instead of a threaded insert and a bolt, you had a piece of wood landing in an open space, and then you just jammed another piece of wood underneath it and put screws to that. I've seen somebody do that, and that prevents it from moving. And if it's big enough, it won't move at all. Yeah. The worst thing you can do is trying to mount a bar underneath it and just screw it, for example, only on the outside because you want to make screws, and then just starts blowing. And I've seen it would move. Not a lot. Again, Hawaii is pretty stable in temperatures, but every now and then, things are just a little bit. And again, if you're anal retentive, and like myself, you get to a point where you run your fingernail and like, oh, that's not exactly where I want it. I mean, I got into shop woodworking in a community shop, like Man Shed was called. And so everybody there was kind of 1/4-inch carpenter for all 6 and purpose. They were like, okay, and I'm thinking they're like, I'm off by 1/32, and it bothers me. Things aren't straight. Like, that's why I'm really proud of this table, MDF torsion box. or Medex to be exact, treated MDF, because I got it exactly flat across the board. But it's heavy, and now I put slightly to thick coat of polyurethane, so that's going to take a hot second for it to settle. Yeah. But yeah, the threaded insert is pretty good. Again, the threaded insert works marvelously regardless of what. Okay, it works really well for a lot of different types of material because you can get such a wide selection of inserts, and not only the thickness of the screw comes in, but also just the sheer size difference. Let's see, do I have the small guys, which are very aggressive, are mostly made for like plywood and softwood applications, and then you have the large. You know what? I'm gonna get the camera again because it's gonna be easier to talk when I can point and click. So boom. So thank you. Yeah, I finished it a couple episodes ago. You know, these types of inserts, right? The ones I bought, very aggressive, really good for softwood, decent for plywood, especially when you have the kind of a cheaper plywood. It doesn't work very well with Baltic because this seems to be buying. But then you have these ones, and again, I upcycled these from a broken chair or broken table or something. But you know, so you only have this, so you can really cover almost any thickness, but it also gives you a lot of movement around. And again, you don't need to screw the screw all the way through. It's enough to get mostly through the threads on it. So, and if you buying things from local hardware store, those should be available, and Amazon has a bunch of those cheaper, more expensive ones. But the thing about these that I'm gonna talk, and please stop me if you know this already, is the fact that the actual shaft is tapered. And if you're doing it in hardwood, and I'm assuming you're gonna put some epoxy or CA glue into it, just so secure it for future, meaning that you have to be very careful how much you drill. Because you drill wide enough for the top to go in smooth, some of those threads won't catch. You drill enough for the bottom that might be tight enough, depending on the wood, that it will, start pushing and checking the wood. One way I found to deal with this taper situation is I got myself at a flea market long time ago. I got myself a bunch of these guys. Mostly used for metal, but different sizes, different things. And I found that, if you grab, these, at some point you might find one that behaves almost like your screw. Plus, they are nice because they give you an extra lip. So you drill the inner thing, and then you can countersink this using one of these a little bit. It will make it easier to center this and hide flash from it. Although I tend to overdrill and rather than having it flush with the edge, I tend to sink it up a little bit more. But that's a preference. But yeah, so these are pretty good. There is some jigs people make to make sure that these are going in straight from a kind of grab some from jigs that look like this, where you have kind of a setup here with a fine hole here, so you can push this vertically in. You twist it in, to some other guides where you have this on a threaded screws with a nut here and forcing it down. Whatever. I except maybe once or twice, I never had a problem with these not going in straight. And usually when they don't go in straight, it means I didn't drill the hole perfectly straight. That's easy remedied if you have a good hand-eye coordination or you have one of these guys. Right, so you have one of those handheld drill presses, and they work pretty well. So again, the only times I run into problems with these is if I don't drill straight, or I drill through different materials. So for example, my welder table, right? This is corian, which is a synthetic material, and there's plywood underneath it, right? So when I, right, oh darkness. Let's see, let me get some light here, right? So you have plywood underneath the corian. So the screw thread starts through this and then has to get into this. This is straight, but because this is a lot harder than plywood, again, you mill this like wood, but because it's a little harder than plywood, the threads tilt the insert a little bit more, and so those things don't always go straight. But again, it's lucky to come with a little bit of relief space. So so even if there's a slight angle, it's still able to push it flush. And then of course I jammed it too hard and tipped the whatever. But yeah, so these are recycled from something else. Again, if people around your area throw out furniture, like old chairs, old tables, whatever, especially tables, because even the cheap tables have these inserts, because these inserts are used. So if you have a table, right, that has this corner of the skirt, they usually put a extra piece here and then have the insert right here for the leg, right, or insert here to put the whatever. There's so usually something here, and this is where I get these from. Like every now and then somebody throws out a piece of wood furniture, and I'm walking by and I just happen to have a handsaw or an Allen key or something. I pop these off, because why not? It saves me grief in the future. Oh yeah. Well, so this, again, I got lucky. I got this at a garage sale or a swap meet. So it was, I got it relatively cheap. I think it's like $50 to $50, $30, whatever. And then I got this at Woodcraft again. You have the kind of a drill block, which I'm assuming is something that you have. Yeah. So, but this is relatively easy to make. If you have a hardware store, where do I have it? I have somewhere. Usually they are. Let's see. Again, I need to clean up, so please don't judge me. But you can find these steel spacers of sorts, and those are fantastic for this. You find one that fits to your drill, that's large enough to fit for your drill. You hammer it into a piece of wood, and you have yourself a driving block for straight things. Yeah, you have the same one. I tend to. I recently have been liking Mousecraft things. Again, found this on a sale in a store, so But I was like, hey, I needed it for a project. I have bought a cheaper version of this from AliExpress before the Chinese tariffs kicked in, and right now that is somewhere in the pile of wood and metal back here. It's somewhere there. Somewhere there. Because it got rusty. It didn't work very well. So, but again, garage sales, estate sales, garage sales, you can get amazing things. It takes time, right? So if you don't have time on Saturday to go, but I got this for I think $8, $10 from somebody because there was a death in the family, which is sad, but unused, complete set of drill bits. So you get lucky to do this. Now, if you're looking for drill bits, I like broad points for woodworking because I like the fact that it doesn't move on you. Yeah. And then everything else is kind of decent vise. Again, used, beaten up, needed a lot of love to restore. That's working. Like a lot of the things you see me show up on the channel are things that came out from reusing and recycling and upcycling things. I have some new things, the table saw and so on and so forth, but a lot of the things are just you do what you can with what you have. And I burned most of my savings setting the shop up, and now it's somewhat functioning, and I'm spending money like I'm going to be making money, but still limitations. And thank you. Again, most of the drills are just from somebody else, from some set I got from somewhere else. There's a couple of drills bits I bought that I'm like, that's a good buy. I didn't mind spending the money on it, and a bunch of them are just kind of Ooh, knobs. Those are expensive. Pulls are pretty good too. Hinges are tricky, for me at least. Because the Hawaii has the ocean right there, like to the point where you get directions, as in, to come to the house, you turn left, right, and if you hit the ocean, you went too far. Right, so we have the ocean, which is salt water, which gets you the same result as salting the roads in the middle of the winter, right? You have the salt in air, and that rusts your tools like crazy, and you always have to do it. So hinges for me are tricky, but I found that we have a store called Reuse Hawaii. And Reuse Hawaii is one of those stores that comes in to people that do renovations and strips out cabinets, doors, furniture. They just take all of it, and then they strip it for parts, so you can go in and buy hinges at $3 a pound. And that's a lot of cabinet hinges. All the cabinet hinges on that wall of cabinets behind the plywood, behind all this mess, are upcycled like that. Because I just bought handfuls of hinges, so that was that. Door hinges, same thing, right? Knobs are a little trickier because it was hard to match things. But again, I got a bunch of aluminum handles. That worked pretty well. So that's this. If you need plywood, best way I found to get plywood, especially if you don't need full sheets that match for a big project and whatnot, is I went to one of the local cabinet shops, and I was like, hey guys, if you don't mind, I would love to take some of your scrap waste. And they were like, well, it's in a container, whatever. I'm like, I was born in Europe. I won't sue you if I fall in and crack my head. But it's one of those 10 foot by 6, 8 foot by 20, 30 feet, big containers. And they fill it up. Once a week, they fill it up to the brim. So, you show up and And you go in, and a lot of those little jigs and panels came from exactly that. Just random wood that they are tossing out because it's easier for them to grab a new sheet and feed a new sheet through the CNC than to save a piece. As I talked to one of the managers, they're happy I'm taking the wood because it's less to going to the to the landfill, and I get to play with my CNC on wood, and I don't have to waste it. But it's they're just like, we don't care. You're just grabbing new piece. It needs to match the directionality, needs to match the laminate needs to match, so it needs to be done the same at the same time. So a bunch of things. But for plywood, and this is, mind you, this is after I have gone through a lot of plywood overall. Right? That's why I just took apart, right? This big piece of plywood supporting the whole shelf. That couple of pieces there. Right? So got all of this quarter-inch plywood there and there. Again, you need a plywood that is 3 feet wide. There won't be. You want a plywood matches color, grain, whatever. Might have a problem with it. But all of this. Then I got some phenolic, which is nice. The synthetic material, very stable, very resistant, very hard. Mill's okay, but expensive. They were throwing these two things out, so I just took it, right? And then different quarter-inch, quarters, glue ups, not glue ups, different laminates, different types of wood, right? And then you're trying to make a final product, and you're gonna get a whole variety. But there's a lot of plywood that you can get out of it. And again, and then you can build yourself shop furniture or little things that people don't, are not going to be pointing out. And if you have too much of it and you're really bored and a masochist, you can build yourself a stairs. Right? So there is access to plywood. So if you need it for, thank you. So if you need, there's more and more. And then I have drawers, cabinet drawers right here that I haven't used it. And then I have a bunch of cabinets, drawers here. Again, they were throwing it out as a whole batch. I'm assuming somebody canceled that whole project or did a major change. So this whole thing is getting yeeted. So I took it. Now this plywood here, which is the fancier Baltic birch plywood, came from an old speaker. So I took apart an old speaker made out of decent plywood, decent speaker made out of decent plywood. So things like this. So and this is the hardware I was thinking about. So I managed to find a bunch of these hinges. But then again, these things, some of these I had to buy, like these guys, but most of them I found at a reuse place. Now these drawers I bought at a swap meet, so a flea market. Somebody was selling them at $1 a pop, $1 a set. So I bought a bunch of them. Mind you, these get really heavy. Once you get 20 of those, that gets really heavy. But I still have some left, so again, first attempt at building, cabinets, drawers, not perfect, misaligned, whatever. But yeah, so plywood can be acquired that way. So that's plywood. Tools, we talked. How do I turn off the light? No. Apparently my phone remembers that I off. So that's what you get for that. And then everything else I bought, most of the other things I bought are bought from places like AliExpress. eBay is a little too pricey. Amazon doesn't always have it on sale. So I bought things from AliExpress or Banggood or BHE Gate, a bunch of places like that. And you work with what you have. And then it just keeps going. Like again, I'm happy to make some recommendations. I don't have a lot because a lot of the things I have are kind of a trial and error to what works for me. I have, and I have strong opinions about certain tools, they should or shouldn't be certain way, or glues. Yeah, I think there needs to be more woodworkers out there. So if I can help in any way, that's great. I definitely don't want to discourage anybody from being a woodworker, because the more woodworkers there is, the more people know about wood, the more they appreciate wood, the more I'm going to have to learn and be better to compete, which is awesome. The worst part is to be stuck in a position where you don't even bother trying to be better because nobody's going to appreciate that. And you're like, why the hell even I even bother? So if I can help in any way, yeah, please feel free to ask. I don't have too many trade secrets. But I'm not going to tell you the recipe for the bread my wife makes for my lunch. That's a trade secret. I can tell you what the spices we are using, but yeah. Sorry, I get excited. So what you're asking me is, are you a hoarder? How much of a hoarder? And has that ever been a problem that you're a hoarder? I don't feel judged. I don't feel attacked. I do feel seen though. So so I'm gonna start this with material first, because that answer is easier for me to give. So as far as material goes, when I started woodworking at a community shop, I didn't have money lying around, right? It was COVID, right after COVID, so jobs are the way they are. My previous career on streaming on Twitch wasn't picking up. My wife kicked me out to go do something with my hands, so I appreciate that, and absolutely no offense taken. Again, as I said, I feel seen and not insulted, because it's a fair question, right? This space that you see here, I have 12.5-foot ceiling with a fan running above me, and this is about 24 feet this way and about 19 feet this way. So I have 470 square feet inside. I'm paying 500 for 500 square feet because real estate calculates the walls somehow, but I have 470 square feet. So and I do have almost every single tool a professional wood shop should have, or could have, or does have, whatever. So I have absolutely I feel no insult. So let me talk about materials first, because that's how, at least for me, the conversation starts. So for materials, when I started, I didn't have much. I couldn't afford much, and so I ran into a problem where if I got myself a nice piece of koa, a nice piece of acacia tree, I ended up scrounging every little thing I could find, and I'm left with, I'm going to show, because why the hell not? I'm not ashamed of the accumulation of random colors, and it will be easier to talk about it when I have something to show. So I have a bunch of these boxes, but I have a box of colors. Oh, sorry. Maybe later. Are we still on? Okay. No. Oh, sorry. I have to do that. So I have this box of koa, right? And it's a precious wood. It's exotic. It's an acacia tree. It has really not focus, but it has really nice features, right? But again, super thin scrap, right? And I kept a lot of them. Somebody threw this out in a community dumpster. I just grabbed it because it's a nice piece of wood. I figured I can make something out of it. So, you know, pieces of mahogany. Oh no, sorry, that's kawas though. You know, random scraps lying around. I have plenty of this. And if we go, and this is going to require a little bending around, so, but there's a box there, you know, boxes of things lying around, and that whole thing goes all the way to the bottom. Right, there's just little cut-offs, pieces. Hell, I even keep things from, you know, things like this. So at the beginning, I kept everything, and I mean, absolutely everything. And it just, you got these piles of small stuff lying everywhere. And hey, Daphne, and you know, and then how do you contest things? And then I started my own shop. And again, most of the money, almost all my savings went into buying the equipment, went to securing the lease, redoing the electrical, right? You start doing a lot of this investment, right? Dust collection. That takes, each one of those sections takes money, and you start building, right? And so you start accumulating this stuff, and eventually you get to the point where you go like, well, what the hell? I have, you know, bins of plywood. And again, it's not exactly I can do something with this. Again, I apologize for the blueness. My camera decided that its white balance filter is going to be off. Still working? Okay. So you know, you won't need this. It's a small piece, but it's here. And so I started running out of space. Again, back then, I didn't have all of it up there. I didn't have storage. I didn't put things up there, you know, just so I had all of this down here. So no floor space. I'm jumping around and whatnot. And then I started looking at managing some of the things that I have. So for example, I kept this plywood because this is thermite treated laminated plywood. So I kept that, right? Those are brand new pieces. I kept some of this 5/8 drawer style plywood. I kept it. Little cedar, little whatever. Some random scraps here. And then I started tossing things. And then the way I decided what to toss, what to not toss is 20 minutes and $20. If I can get some in under 20 minutes for under $20, as far as plywood goes, I toss it. Because if I need it, I'm gonna get it. Now again, still have too much plywood over here, but I'm slowly chewing through it, and I haven't been back to the dumpster diving in several months. Like, I just don't need to go. Right? I want to go move towards hardwood, so I don't. I still keep most of the scraps of plywood for a little bit until the project is done, and then I'm tossing, right? So I use the radiata pine from Home Depot to build furniture for mine and Tokyo's, my wife's house. So I keep some of the cut-offs because every now and then you need something to patch, something to add, you know, a crossbar. But afterwards, everything that is smaller than say the size of this sled, which is, you know, 10 inches by 2 feet, it's going to get tossed. And so I start really tossing things out. Things that would, before I would have kept as, you know, as something that I can support for something or do something, I would toss. Now, again, I keep some of the Medex because I cannot get that easily. That's treated MDF that the tabletop was made out of. And I have a couple of small pieces like this lying around. Because every now and then, if I need to do a guide, I just super glue this to something else, and I know for a fact this is square and relatively stable, so I know it won't warp on me. So I just glue this and I make myself a little jig, and then I toss it, right? I use things to make, little storage savers. This or yeah, or this one. Let's pull this one up. Let's go light. So I made myself a little saw blade storage box, and glued a bunch of the 1/4 inch, this, right, and so on and so forth. So this, and then I toss everything that I don't use. And again, I kept the Baltic high count plywood, because that's going to be difficult to get, because a sheet of Baltic birch is like $200. But if it's just regular plywood, that will cost me $50-$60. I'm gonna toss out these pieces. I'm gonna keep. They're big enough to be reused for something. But eventually, if they're going to get cut down, because I just rapidly need something, they're going to get tossed out. And so I started tossing things and just acquiring less. And until I get through the material. So that's how I dealt with the wood. Now tools. Tools is a little bit trickier. If we are talking clamps, right? I'm yet at the point where I'm saturated on clamps. I run out of clamps every now and then, right? I have the quick grips, I have the F style clamps, I have a bunch of those little ones. Again, there was a sale, so I have a couple of cabinet clamps. I could use a couple more clamps, not a lot. But at this point, I'm just waiting for a really good sale or something that fits. So clamps, I'm not saturated on. Saw blades, I'm okay. Glue, I have the CA glue. I use the 2P10. I have that, no problem. Wood glue, again, I have a little bit more than I need. But on the other hand, screws, I have decided that I like these screws from my local supplier. These are the Type 17 screws. Type 17 screws, let's see if I have one over here so I can pull it up. The Type of 17 screws have a really cool head design, where the head is both Phillips or posit drive or the Japanese standard industrial fits, and it fits a square number 2. So, and they haven't failed me yet. I use those, so I don't buy new screws. And every screw that I get from, replacing old furniture, like these regular wood screws or drywall screws that I used to buy more, I just reuse those on projects, and then if they get broken or something, they get tossed. But I use, good screws. I just buy good screws, and I buy them in big containers. Those are Craig screws I got for our job, and everything is getting used. For 2x4s, I use, self-drilling, self-tapping, but I haven't bought screws now. So that's a consumable that gets through it. The tools. I used to have almost exclusively Ryobi tools. That's, I think, one of the last pieces of Ryobi tool I have. But I broke a couple of them. For cost versus power, Ryobi is one of the best brands out there. Power versus cost versus I still have some batteries left. But nowadays, most of my Ryobi things are either for home use, or I have given them to my father-in-law or my brother. So they're just getting, and I switched to mostly DeWalt, but I had to pick one of the other brands, and there was one sale, something, tried it, worked great. So, and then the batteries just kind of pile up on you. I have too many, and so that becomes intentional. At this point, I know what I want from a drill bit or a driver or a circular saw. I had a Ryobi 7.5-inch circular saw with blade on the right. Got it really cheaply on some sale, got some extra batteries with it. But the blade was on the right, which means that when I was cutting things, I would have to look this way to see the action. So when I was fixing things for my dad, I adapted his saw. I got this DeWalt 6.5 inch. Seems to work really well. So keep. I have one router, I have another router, I have extra routers. And the reason for it is on most projects I find myself to needing at least 2 routers. Table plus something else plus handheld plus something else. And then I have some old routers. I have an old Makita router back here, build myself a little table, so I have a eventually this is going to get attached to this table, but so routers are I start with cheap. Again, it's a metal smithing hammer of some sorts. Got it at the swap meet for $2. I got this one for $4. So I got cheap tools. There's another one and one of my first hammers. I had to make a new handle for it, and then I went and I got myself this kind of Japanese style hammer. A little bit more expensive. Again, bought it used. Right? Bought one used, bought one new, and I have a bunch of hammers. And I don't look for a new one. I have a couple too many, but it's just work. I got this wooden mallet from my brother, but then I found it to be not working very well, so boom, built myself a bigger one. And so a lot of the tools that I have are starting to go through this phase of I get it, and then I make it better. And so what I started at the beginning, what I started doing is I used the tools that I had, and if I could afford it, I bought a cheap alternative of something and tried it. So, for example, let's put this away. So, for example, rather than buying woodpeckers, which everybody claims is the best thing on the planet, I got myself. I got myself these guys. It's not even DFM, it's some other company. They were, on sale, same company. I got myself one of those, and for a while it worked. It has the right, right measurements, whatever. And then, if you want to get picky on precision, these two things are good. Now, do I have too many rulers? Maybe. Yeah, having two is a good spot for me. Now I have more because certain jobs required me to have a little bit more power. So I got, like, for example, I got the big DeWalt. Again, there was some sale on it with battery, whatever, and I needed a slightly more powerful thing. And I needed that because I wanted to run this bit. And this was when my router table was down. So I wanted to run this bit. So that's 3.5, 3.75 inches bit, right? So so I needed something that can run half. Again, most of those bits bought it used, rusty, on sale. Couple of these I bought myself, like this guy and this guy. So I bought a couple of those myself. Couple of them got donated from the cabinet shop. Again, bigger bits. So these were on sale, but most of those come either on sale or some insane discounts. Pattern bits is the only thing I buy at mass because these tend to be used a lot, right? With the ball bearing on the or bottom, depending on how you look. And then I buy these kind of pattern bits. So those I buy, but everything else is right. My table router broke at some point, so I had to, So a lot of this came to the part of, do I need it? Do I want it? Right? Now again, I felt funky at some point, so I did get a woodpeckers. This. Is this the greatest things on the planet? No. It's a very solid ruler. It's square, it measures well, it's, the steel edge is very hard. Again, if you drop it, it will kink on you, right? So it will bend out of shape. So there's a bunch of things to it. If you're looking for something that is extremely square, that I cannot say enough good things about this Milwaukee trim square. It's as square as this. It's as square as any of my machinist squares. The measurements are on point. It doesn't have this very fine graduation, but I don't worry about dropping this because it was less than $10. Yeah, that again, at some point you get to the point of a level of saturation that even if a tool breaks, you can walk around, right? For a long time, I didn't have a jointer. Now I have a jointer. It's great when it's used, but same with all the jigs. Like I have wooden jigs out of the wazoo. Now I bought myself this sled, but it extends and it was cheap. It was $100, I think, on sale of some sort. So but I have these miter, right? Beaver. I have a bunch of those, and I've been testing them and trying to see which one does what and which one's better. And eventually, you get to the point where you find things that work. Like where is it? Here. This is. I think I got this from Amazon, but one of those big, notched with holes in them rulers. But I had to get it and I had to re-square it. So I had to put another pin through it. I had to do a bunch of things to it. It works. Is it great? No, it's a little floppy. It's not woodpeckers, but I figured I need it, and I got it. And yes, do I need this? Well, I have two over here. I have one over there. Like, what the hell? But I found use for this. Having one of these, great. But again, layout square from eye gauge, supposed to be super precise. Had to unscrew it and pound it into squareness because it wasn't square. Support blocks. Actually, the 1, 2, 3 is very useful for setting things up. But you can make one out of some piece of wood, and it works, right? All of these kind of things are just like, well. No, I accumulate things, but I accumulate things that are small. Big things I try to avoid. That being said, I do have a whole drawer of pull saws, but again, that's a $7 saw. Is it as good as the Japanese ones? No. I have one of these. I have more. The one thing I have a lot of, besides saws, which I'm still trying to figure out which ones are the best, is I have a lot of chisels. But again, I tend to reach into this drawer. Some of them, unfortunately, I broke, and that's a whole different story how I broke them. But and I pull chisels depending on what I need. And unfortunately, I have a hard time sometimes deciding, which chisel is better. Like this one, I love this one. Use it a lot. Where's this? Oh, here it is. Here's a prime example of accumulation of tools. So there are two chisels. Besides the fact that they are slightly different in thickness, right? They're both have a dovetail design. They're both dovetail design. They're both pairing, right hand handle. This one has been obviously sitting in a shelf a lot longer. And this one looks brand new. I bought them both in Japan when I did the trip. The difference is this one was about 120 bucks, and this one was 7. Guess which chisel I reached for more. I've used this one. It's wicked sharp, and if I hone the edge, it's fantastic. But I reach for this chisel, and a lot of the things I have are exactly that. They're just things that I acquired somewhere else. Where's my where is my oh, one of the first chisels I got. Wicked sharp. It's a mortising chisel. Use the hell out of it. Probably shortened it by at least like a 1/4 inch from all the sharpening. And it's one of the cheapest chisels I have in this drawer. So let's have some big things. Old planer blades that I repurposed to make, to fix planes. And I think the mentality of overstocking on tools, for me, gets down to the fact that the tools I have are not getting hoarded for the sake of tools. Almost every single tool that I have is getting used a lot. And eventually, they will break. Right? They will wear off, they will break, they will chip, they will crack. And then I go about it and I try finding something better. But my philosophy about tools is that the tool should be about 5 to 10% better than your skill. That's so when you get to that level, you don't have to replace the tool right away. But in my experience, almost every single big tool out here, but almost every single piece of equipment I had to be modified in some way by me. Some of the power tools I didn't have to, but all the big tools, except my lathe over there, every single one of the big tools, regardless if it's brand new or not, every single one of them, even my shop vac, got cannibalized to be just that. Every single of my tools got fixed by me. Right? Woodpeckers, fantastic thing. Well, no, I had to do another zero clearance, thing, and then I had to redesign or redo the locking mechanism because it was getting stuck. Right? Is it bad? No, I think that's the way it goes. And so my tools get put into the rotation with the mentality that there is going to be that's true. One of the first saws I bought when I moved to Hawaii over a decade ago. It's one of those cutting green things. It's safety goggles, whatever, some Bigfoot thing. I bought it from a sporting store. For a while, the sharpest saw I ever had. That's everything. So nowadays it's a little dull, but after over 10 years of use, I would expect it to be dull. And eventually you're going to get tossed. But again, the mentality is you're going to be replacing and building better, right? My favorite example about this, especially when I was trying to explain this to my friends about what do you mean you replace brand new tools and machines? I'm like, well, I can show you where I added some screws or whatever, but right. So that's the saw stuff. Decent saw. I mean, again, it's the safety mechanism is
worth it because I already had some happening to it, but it's a decent saw. The guide, the fence is not great, but this is my current fence. Oh shit! Wait, I'm gonna put you down for a second. I forgot that this is a lot heavier than I expected. So this is my current fence. Right, that's the saw stop. So the fence at the beginning, when you buy it, comes with these inserts, right, on both sides, and that's the laminated smooth surface on a high count half-an-inch plywood, right? And it's great. The problem is for me that wasn't straight enough. It just, despite all these screws, it it started, you can actually see it here, a little bit of movement, right? So I decided that hey, I'm getting this decent plywood from the from the cabinet shop. So I made myself one. Right, there are some inserts here. I drilled and screwed my own inserts, and I had this fence for a while. It's a little taller. It was easier to cut things on the table saw, right? I had it little longer each way, so rather than sticking out right exactly here, I got a little bit of space. And then I had this on the other side, and it was fine. And then eventually, I was like, you know what? Not good enough. So I got myself one of those extrusions. And again, this is the comparison of height. And so this is a little over 4 inches. So I got myself the extrusion, right? I put in a whole set of things, and I got myself 2 knobs so I can move it around. And then I realized that when I'm cutting things out here, I rest things on this, and that's how to move things up, because I have to lift it up, jiggle the whole thing. And when you're doing a big sheet, the blade is right here, that becomes a problem. So I have a piece of metal from my belt sander that was covering the round part of the sander. And again, 2 bolts, and I just attached it here. And now this is almost flush with this, and I have a fence. Would I buy a new fence? Yeah. A Harvey has this big eye fence that is super sexy. It's $1,000. Can't afford it. I mean, I could, but then I'm, eating ramen and not buying wood and screws for months. So you do what you can. And a lot of the things I have here are exactly that. Is the tools are here to help me build the things that I need to fix before I can actually build things, right? Oneida and Clearview, although Clearview the owners are retiring, right? The owners of the cycle used to sell pipes for the dust collection. The problem with those pipes, they were thick and expensive. And again, I had to ship things to Hawaii, so I just bought HVAC pipes, and that means, building my own cups, building on my own blast gates, right? Hosing things, building my own connectors, right? And you start doing this, but to build these, right? CNC is one, but having a router and a router template, sharp things, and then screws and a bunch of other things, and you start doing things like this, right? There's another one. That's a blast gate, right? Connectors and so on and so forth. So for me, a lot of the things that the tools are doing are to get back. Excuse me, I have to take this. What's up? Okay. So 635 per person. Oh, nice. Okay. I appreciate you taking the time to wiggle this. You push the red button. I will be looking for the mushroom cloud soon. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. I'll see you later, my demon. Yes, yes. Sorry about that. Yeah, so that's that. So the hoarding of tools is not an issue yet. I can see where it's going to be soon. Because you always pick up something else, something else, something else. But one of the ways to deal with this is that when I go to a swap meet and I see something that I really want, but I know for a fact I have it. Say another ruler or another driver set or whatever, is I look at it from the perspective size, cost, and patience. So size, if it's something tiny, say it's a drill bit, or it's a another fork snippet that I actually possibly need in the future, and it's cheap enough, I'll buy it because I can toss it in a drawer and not worry about it. If it's bigger, then I have to have a good idea of what I'm going to do with it, and just being cheap is not good enough. And the last one is if I'm buying from stores like K-Tools or Amazon or AliExpress or eBay or Alibaba or anything else, I just put it in my wish list or my cart and I just leave it alone for a week, 2 month. And then comes the question, do I want it or do I need it? And if I want it, do I have the slush fund to buy it? And if I need it, then there's no questions. I'm just going to get it, right? And that's where the thing goes. Like I have to be very conscientious about space, because it does look somewhat organized, and I appreciate you saying that. But it comes at after weeks of miserable cleaning. It's like spring cleaning when you were a kid that you didn't want to do. Like you constantly have to move things, and then you realize, hey, I need ABC. Oh, so drill press. I needed a better table. Again, the Dayton drill press is okay. I probably wouldn't buy it again for the price. I think I would try something else, but so far it's working. It's not. There's some walking around. That's not. But I needed a bigger table, build myself a table. Needed some storage, build myself some storage. And then just like you see me here, I take things apart and I repurpose or redo and then move on. And the next thing, and next thing, and next thing. It's always kind of improvement. So the tools start to evolve with me. And the tools that don't evolve, or the tools that I haven't used, like I have this little 4-inch square, great tool. When I had it, I used it. It was fantastic. I bought the woodpeckers partially because I wanted something that I can reliably say, measures perfectly. And this one is off. Just the markings are off. And one of the big things that screwed me at the beginning when I was trying to make bigger things is that at the time I had this, I had another one, I had my tape measure, I had another ruler, and I started realizing that things aren't closing. Perfect miters, perfect 45-degree miters, and I mean perfect, to the degree of perfection there is, weren't closing. One side good, two side good, three side good, fourth one off. And then I realized that the reason for it is because I switched to rulers in between, right? And so now, despite having, the whole rainbow of rulers, I almost exclusively use the fast cap ones. Easier for me to read, has the markings that I need. So that's and they're not terribly expensive. So that was one of those things. And I just went with them. I've been using them. Now I check everything against the fast cap for bigger things and against the little double square to check if everything has the same measurements. And if it doesn't have the same measurements, I go, that's not something I can use. And so tools get a level of limitations, and then they get given away. I haven't sold tools yet. I don't think anybody, I don't know if anybody is looking to buy tools from me. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. It would be cool if they did, so I could, sell a bunch of things. But every single tool that I get, if it's small and cheap, and I potentially want it, I get it and I see if I use it. And then afterwards, if I don't use it a lot, it gets stashed. And then when I have to give it away or bring it to a job site that might get destroyed or lend it out to somebody, I just do. And I don't harbor hard feelings if it gets lost. So the tools just go away then. There's a bunch of tools that I wish were better, but aren't. Like I have this Japanese layout square. Really cool because it's thin. Yeah, I'm okay with the markings, being in, I think it's in cents and in centimeters. But, not exactly. It's an old square I got from again, a swap meet, a craft marker, one of those. But I checked it against things that I had that are square, and it's not square. It's not square enough. I tried squaring it. It's spring steel. It bounces back. Okay. Like a lot of the things are just getting upgraded slowly, and tools will get accumulated. Sometimes you buy tools for a job, or 2 or 5, and then suddenly you realize, hey, I haven't used it in a while. And then there are tools that you buy, you haven't used for a while, and then you're like, oh my God, I thank God I have, right? Straight edges. Cheap straight edge. Fantastic. Well, again, but then how do you sell? I'm not very good with or about money. So I run into this problem of I have a hard time valuing my work. So I undercharge people on a regular basis. And then, I give people things if they have it, but yeah, this one is a little bit off. A lot off. But, I have it. Eventually, I'm going to put. By the way, if you ever get your chance to find a relatively inexpensive, get yourself one of these. It's a 16-inch feet square. I have to say, for building bigger things, this has been an absolute game changer. Again, if you find one on sale, I know some people, there's some that are selling for like $200. It's absolutely not worth that. But if you can get yourself a large speed square, It's aluminum. Because I used to use this one. The problem with it is it got a little bit used because it's been a while. So it's not perfectly square. And there's an easy way to check for squares. You go against a straight edge, draw a line, flip it over, draw a line, and if they are parallel, that's a square. But I used to use this plastic Empire thing from Home Depot for a while, and it works great. But that again, I had to resquare this. So so yeah. Let's see. As far as tools go. Out of all the things I have gotten, once you have a decent ruler, and I mean, pick one that you like, right? If you like one of those, big Empire plastic ones or aluminum ones, great. If you have a big preference for a where's my Mr. Pen? Oh, or one of those Mr. Pen or Swanson things. Once you get yourself one of those things that you like, and a pencil that suits you and whatever, I think the the best thing to get after that is one of those low angle things. And again, you can make yourself one if you have a straight enough line from a piece of aluminum, because you can find one, or you can buy one. One of these and one of these, which is a machinist. It's a machinist square, high precision machinist square. They're not very expensive, precise enough. I mean, if you want to go fancy, you can get yourself, machinist setup blocks. One is not, and then the other kind. Yeah. So one of these machinist block, squares, or if you're feeling spiffy, one of these. A solid 90 and a solid 45. And I have one of these. Again, as you see, it was rusty and broken, and I just have straightened up. And then for I don't exactly love this one, but one of those digital angle gauges. Weird thing about this one is I get different readings from this versus the one I use for my table saw, which is the Klein one. But those digital angle measurement things, like, because these three things, this, a solid 45 and a as close to guaranteed 90 as you can get, this saves you all the grief you can for making your own tools. And once you have that, you make everything else yourself, right? So you don't have to worry about things not being straight, or like this one not being square. Again, I had to redo all three nuts, bang it into submission. It's square now. That took a little bit. Every tool I get, I check for squareness or straightness, and then you just start making yourself, either jigs like this or jigs like this. And again, this is corium. This is this synthetic material for countertops, and this is so I can I can pattern bit dados that are exact thickness of the material I most commonly use to make things for our house. Okay, I have too many things here, but whatever. So This is to make dados for this stuff. And the only requirement to make this is a straight and a square. And then once you have this, right, once you have one of these guys, then everything else you get from then on, from your chisels to your other things, can be checked. You know what? I'm going to do how I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to put this here, put this here so we can see if there's light coming through. Right? Right? And now you have, this is square. So you get to use this. And then you decide what's the lengths you want to use. Like you use that or that or whatever else. And suddenly everything else goes through. Right? And then the question is, do you want to use a ruler with side gauging or not? This is the 4R, or you want to do something else. You want to use a fancy pencil, or you want to invest into a low carbide scribe, or maybe you can get one of those Japanese marking knives. And if you don't have a marking knife, you have a straight edge and a scribe and whatever, so you can go and where's space. My first marking knife. This one got bent a little bit. I wasn't careful about cleaning something or something, but this was my first marking knife. I just got a piece of steel, a file, a little sandpaper, and just made myself a marking knife. And this one is designed to be exactly in my hand. Again, I was trying to open something or move something and just bend it. Again, all you need is a straight line. Like a lot of the tools one has are just there. And yes, it's nice to have fancy tools and whatnot. The rusty file I had in my house for at this point a decade. Yeah. Cheap chisels. Very good. You sharpen them, they work great. Don't need fancy chisels. Broken blade from some other thing. That's the Irvine cut off or flash trim things, but you look at the teeth, they're all gone. You can focus on this. They're all gone because they're just cheap. But I'm using this because eventually I'm going to cut these off and make a card scraper out of this. So this is going to end up being a card scraper. Little scriber bits, whatever, just things like this. And then you can buy, you can buy fancy Swiss-made marking knives, or you can go to a blacksmith in Ukraine on Etsy if they're still open. These guys aren't, but and ask them to make you one of these. And just keep going by making your own tools. Like a lot of the power of doing anything is, you can buy tools, but most of this, you need a decent sharpening thing, but you can get away with just regular sandpaper. All these bits were bought by handful. Somebody was saying. So I separate them into Phillips versus flat versus, and when they get used, they get tossed. Sometimes I buy new ones. Some of these are bent or cracked or something. I keep it just in case. Again, it's a small thing. Same with drill bits. Right? They're all been bought. Almost all of them have been bought by the handful. And sometimes you get cobbled bits, and sometimes you don't. There's some bits I actually will buy. So, for example, these bits. These bits I actually bought. Low pricier, but I do like the tapered nose thing. Company is called FTGUS, and this is 7/64. So slightly smaller than 1/8 of an inch. So I bought these. But again, this is after a while of trying different things. Same thing with these. Very useful when you need them. But do you buy new? No. See if you can find it somewhere else, used. And just you make your own tools. You make your own guides. You make all the things that you need. And then once you have that, then you go like, hang on. I need this, and I cannot exactly buy it, but I know exactly what I need. Oh, I found it online, and it's exactly what I need. This. I tried to make a big speed square like this for a while. Couldn't get it just right. Like it was either weight was off, or it wasn't keeping this straight, or it was plywood, and the edges would get damaged. And just this. Finally found it, bought it. I'm happy. But then I get that collection for the CNC, so shop vac, the filter would get clogged. So I got myself one of those. Again, I could probably make one of those out of metal, but at $30, I figured that's a good investment. You know, little switch, so I can just put here versus climbing up there. But then how do you attach this? Well, you get a cheap container. I got it for free from somebody who was selling sandpaper, and then that's it. Sandpaper, yeah, the rolls of sandpaper, mostly 120, so not very usable, and some of it is used, some of it is not, but that's okay because the used sandpaper is getting destroyed on the lathe, right? And then first set, these first three was an item on sale. Carbide bits, not very good, whatever. Bought a couple extra handles so I have more variety, but with my first light. Then I got a second one, again, both on sale. Cheap knockoff pipe clamps. The long ones I haven't used very much. I have a shorter set of the 3/4 ones. They're okay. You know, that collection, but used coffee drum. And again, you make things, right? Same with this dust collection, and then you look at all the way down here, and so, you know, it's not too shabby. You just make your own. Another jig. Knobs, you make yourself. Right? There's tricks on how to do things like this, right? Drawers, well, lots of clothes. It's not perfect. It's a shop furniture, right? And eventually you get to the point where you go like, okay, now I need X, Y, and Z. So for example, I bought myself a big siphon, and I use this with a trash can. So this is used for a brute, one of those brute trash cans, because the milling wood, so planing and joining, produces so much chips that it fills this 35, 40 gallon can too quickly. And I have to undo this, swap it, write it out here, versus having this sitting on top of a brute can. Now again, brute can will collapse, so I had to build an insert ring here so it wouldn't collapse. But I just use this as I catch things. Why? Well, because I decided that's important. Extension cords. Bought couple because I knew exactly what I need. But on the other hand, jointer extension cord, router cord, this cord for my table saw, all of them were made by me, right? And they all run somewhere there. I had a control box. I had to move things around so it's there. Everything is custom made. And if you approach your tools and your storage of wood and most of the things out in your shop as, hey, I need something, I can probably build it better and then make it custom. The problem with having too many tools or too many chunks of wood goes away as long as you don't replenish, right? The problem with wood is it's easy to replenish, right? Somebody wants to dump things on you, like there's a pile of lychee here that just somebody was cutting down a lychee tree. I decided to take some, but wood takes forever to dry, so eventually that I'm gonna have to deal with that. But everything else is just you fix it, you make it better, you make it your own. And at the end of the day, that will make you a lot better craftsman, in my opinion. I don't know. But in my opinion, if you work with your tools and you work on your tools, the end result will be that the tools are going to be fitting your needs. Or you're going to get frustrated, like myself, and you're going to end up knowing exactly what to buy. And that eliminates waste because then you have one thing. You have that one item that you actually wanted, actually needed, and you know, I don't need any more squares, like speed squares. I have this one. I have a 7-inch that I lend somebody out, but these two, and I'm good. Now, do I need a bunch of things that make things square, straight, parallel lines? Yeah. I'm still going to keep on buying them. Again, because it's on sale, because of whatever. And maybe at some point I will hit a sweet spot. I will find a piece that works for me. But, now, again, not everybody has as much time to constantly modify things and fix things and whatnot. So there's obviously limitations. But I think what makes somebody a good craftsman is knowing the limitation of the space you work in, and not the limitation in terms of I don't have enough space, or if I had $1 million I could do it, or if I had twice as much space I would be so much better craftsman, or if I had woodpeckers and festivals everywhere. I have a festival domino. I got it from somebody else. It was gifted to me or donated to me very kindly, and it's been useful on several occasions. But there's no way it would have been a buy priority. I need buy priority. Not at that price. I'll probably just router holes for floating tenants and make those myself. Yeah. Sorry, I got so boxed up and I just blubbered. Some of my chat heard this speech like 1,000 times. I'm saying I've been in the shop for 395 days. Maybe not 1,000 times, maybe like 200 times. Yeah, I think there's a bunch of really cool tools out there, and a bunch of them are really useful. And you cannot. Well, you can make yourself a compass and start from zero and make your squares using a compass and a piece of wood and then straighten it out and use shadow to make a straight line. Blah blah. You could do. I think money is worthwhile investment in machines that protect your life. Oh yeah, it's only 7 p.m. here, so if you're on the East Coast, that puts you at what? 2 o'clock in the morning or so? 1 o'clock in the morning? So yeah, I appreciate you stopping by. Again, if you ever get the need of asking questions, shoot me a message or send me an email or message me or text me or whatever. I will try my best to help. Thank you very much. You're like the 4th person today that wished me happy birthday. So 11. So we are what? 4 hours away. 5 hours. Yeah, 5 hours. That could be East Coast. Daylight saving. Ah, yeah. Well, thanks for again for stopping by. I hope to see you again, and then good luck on the table. I'm really excited for it. It's the table top and the cabinet underneath. That's it. I hope so. Good night. Oh, all right. Well, now that my brain is all juiced up and excited about woodworking, how about rather than woodworking, we go back to cleaning? There's nothing says you're a great woodworker like, hey, you need to start cleaning, vacuuming things. Let's solve a little bit emergency. And if we always put the rest of this stuff in. Yeah. Maybe I should move the compressor there and just start storing things here. That will make more sense. Slide the compressor here and then it's going to be out of the way. I can probably still fit most of it here. And at least I will recover all this space. Then I can just start thinking about removing both of the sinks. That will force me to get rid of some of the plywood, and that's a move in the right direction. Yeah, still stuff. Yeah, compressor out will be good. Then it's gonna be over there, so I don't have to worry about it in the long term. If I ever need to use it, I can just run the hose from there. Okay. Solve that problem. We built cabinets without touching the table. We can. It's not gonna be as pretty, as long as we don't do drawers. We could cut drawers of this, so slice them here, but I won't be able to slice them a long way. Do I need drawers here? I have this cabinet I'm not very happy about. It's space under the sink. I can put under the sink. Under the sink. Good thing. I need to make up friends with my wrap themselves. I'm devouring too many of them.
Yeah. Alright, let's see. That's right there. Okay, this is all the way to the back. Yeah. The compressor is 45 inches. So the compressor, 45. On the wall, 45 is all the way out. It's gonna be up to here. Well, that sucks. Mostly the handle. What if they remove the handle? They remove the handle, the compressor becomes 39. 39. Remove the handle, the compressor becomes 39. Okay, 39 is here, so that's something I can work with. Shove it up here, semi-permanently. Let's put it underneath this. No, 39 is not correct. So I could put the compressor here. I will have to remove the legs and build some kind of enclosure here. I do like this is snug against the wall. Yeah. We remove the legs, the whole thing is just going to go haywire. So we need to make a perfect cabinet and just replace this as I go. Oh, I have it down here too. How are they connected? Is this connected? Yeah, this is connected. So this is okay. So I'll have to unscrew here, break this off. Oh, that's messy. But okay. But the tabletop is actually independent of this, right? Yeah. Okay, so the tabletop here is independent of the legs. The legs are bolted to the ground, but then to the wall, the tabletop is independent. And how wide this is? This is 24, with the tabletop being 28. 24 inches, so this is standard cabinets. Standard cabinets, and I have the hinges. The hinges are there, so that's the only problem. Standard cabinet, I could put things in the crates and then have them slide in. How wide are the crates? 16. So I could just make, little towers with 16 things and then slide them in and out. And the whole space is what? Spread from there to here, 64. 60. 60. I like the fridge on here. This space is a little dead, but that's okay. This is a little high for anything. Standing desk. I built cabinets here just to get out of the rut. What's the consequences of that?
For the future.
I don't need that.
Just take it.
It's gonna go into flux.
Oh, just in case, because I heard you coughing up the storm. So.
Oh no, I sneezed and then my back gave out. So then I was like,
Uh-huh. Just be safe. Just be safe. Because then, if you cough, I don't know if it's COVID, bird flu, or you just breathing in dust. By the way, you have a use for something like this?
don't show your own head either.
Sorry?
No, don't show your own head either.
I'm not showing him anything. Ah, I doubt it. This plywood won't survive being outside for that long. It's mahogany veneered, so it's just gonna peel with the first rain. Unless you know it gets cold and whatever. But I just took it out and took some of the screws out. It's all glued and brad nailed, but I figured if you have a use for it, it's great. If not, okay. Hmm? So back to our problem. So we built cabinets here. Maybe a whole wall of cabinets. We don't have access to. I thought I'm going to use the front feet for something, but obviously I'm not using it. So we built a whole wall of shelves. And we use these guys as the guys for storage. What? 9 inches. So we space things 9 inches apart. And you just slide these things and then whatever, we can hold things in there. Maybe put a door there or something. This holds enough, and I produce supply might have more that they're willing to part of. Otherwise, we just build those out of half-an-inch plywood or something. The problem is cutting things. So I'll have to do things by hand because I can't. Yeah, it's still soft. I'm still leaving fingerprints here. So we will need to heat it up. No, let's heat it up and start melting and start decomposing. I want to deal with this thing to figure out what to do with this. Put it there, but I have no space. No useful space for this. Okay. So we built cabinets here. And then what? How do I optimize this whole thing? Move the drill press here. Won't be out of the way. How are we doing on this? I think it was 9 feet. I think it's 9 feet to the blade. No, it's 10 feet to the blade. Okay, so we have plenty of wiggle room to cut things.
I could store things here. I have 10 feet to the blade. 10 feet to the blade. And 4 feet is here. 4 feet here and then 9.5 feet to the blade. So I'm good. I could store some of this stuff here. Drill press, for example. Would be a good place for the drill press. The drill press doesn't make a lot of chips, so, or a lot of small dust flying around, so I could have it right here, and I could just run it through this. What's this running? This is running the microwave, the fridge, and what's this? What's this? Oh, that's the power cord, and that's the light. So that's not much. And I have another there, so I could run it from there. I could put the drill press around. Then we adjust the drill press height. No, it's a base. Maybe. Now we will have to undo this. And slide this lower. If I remove the wheels, I'm going to get a little bit of height. Right now this is 60, just 67.5 or so. But if I remove the wheel from the platform, this becomes 64. 64. 64 is 64 here. 64 is here, so I could probably have it right here by the stairs without interfering with anything else. Then I remake the drill press in a way that makes sense. No, nothing that's worth invest excess amount of time. So the drill press stays in the current form. The drill press is 29 inches. 29. Swing the cabinets at 36. 29 puts me at 56, 64. Go too far. I can make the cabinets 24. Then another 24 from there is 48. And 5 more. Putting the drill press here hides the drill press completely out of the view. Then we have the planer. Flip it up with the sender. It would be good to have the sender in a permanent location. Sender in a permanent location. So what does that mean? Where do we put the sender? By the lathe? No, the jointer there. Underneath the clamps, we need to move the clamps. And then the bandsaw. I'm going to need the bandsaw and the planer to deal with the wood and the drill press. So the drill press needs to be out in the open. You could put the drill press back there, then you have to deal with the jointer being in the way of the table saw. Let's see. Also blade. I need what? 8 feet. Oh, this is just there. I will have to move the jointer more back. Can I move it more back? Something. Oh, the back of it is sticking out. Yeah. Okay. The back of it is sticking out. If I made the jointer lower, that will solve my problem. Or if I could move it to the side. And because the lathe is there. And I move the lathe. In theory, we thought about moving the lathe there. Right, but that's a problem because I have storage there. Can I move the storage here to the side? No. I cannot move the storage here because I will have to build 9 space to be able to move around the lathe. So the jointer has to be there. You know what would be really cool about the jointer? If it was one of those jointers I could lower down. And this way the clearance would go above the jointer. The light is a little bit in the way, but there's nothing here. And I would like to have an assembly bench of some sort, so assembly table. I don't know how that's going to happen, but okay. How do we approach this problem? I think we approach this problem by making cabinets, top cabinets first. Yeah, make top cabinets first, and then we can hang them here. Say we want to hang them above the power line, above the outlet. That makes them 18 inches from this and 21 from this. 18 inches cabinet. The shelf for our 6 inches. So maybe. We said that these are 9, right? Yeah, 9. So 18, I won't be able to fit 2, but if it's 21, I can fit 2, right? Base is 3/4, top is whatever, middle is 3/4, so that's 1.5 inch. 9 plus 9, 18, plus 1.5 inch, 20.5, and I have 21. Works. Snug, it works. And we have a French kit already running, so we can attach things to that. So, and how much space we have this way? This is snug. We will have to go. Oh, no bend on me. We will have to go from here to here. That's 51 inches. 51. And these things are ballpark of 16. So 51. Minus 1.5 on one side, minus 1.5 on both sides, that's 49.5, and this is 16, so I can make 8, so that will fit 4, right? 48 is, no, that would fit 3 16s. I could put 3 baskets here. 1, 2, 3. This way, and so I could make 6 baskets. 6 basket storage here. I have 2 here. That's 3. That's 4. That's 5 and 6. And there's. Okay, that puts me into a space of 6 things up there. How deep are they? 24. So they will be sticking out 24 from this. So up to here. Okay, 24 up to there. Then how much space do I have? Presumably between the top of this counter and the top of the roof. I have 13 inches. That's 13 inches. That's a foot. That's not a lot of space to store things. The compressor itself is 12. Okay, so I could fit the compressor on this. Maybe some other things. That's assuming I will do this. Yeah, just screw it and just build a whole thing. Eventually, we're gonna put doors on it. Or we can just do sliding wood on wood shelves. How are we doing on time? 7. Okay. I tried cutting this shelf down, but I like this shelf. Stores almost everything I need for it. CNC. With the CNC here. The insane idea. Where would we put the dust collector? Because then I put the CNC here, then I get all this space here vertically as storage. Disassemble a couple things, but it gets me all of this space as storage. I mean, might be more effective for storage with the CNC in here. It's collection though. And that collection requires, so that CNC requires a lot of individualized power. That whole outlet would need to be dedicated to CNC. Okay, we do that. We dedicate the whole outlet to a CNC. And then what? We would need to dedicate this outlet to the fridge. This outlet to the fridge. Okay, it's about the same distance, so that should be fine. dedicate this outlet to the fridge. The CNC is exposed to the outside. Okay. And it's exposed to the fridge, which means we will have to put a wall on this so the dust wouldn't get to the fridge. How much space do I need for that? Get CNC to be functionally here. 60. Well, it's 62 plus all the other gadgets. And 62 plus 3/4 and 1 person, so 63 and a half, 64. 64 is about there. So we can close this and put the CNC in here. About the right height for the CNC. Right now the CNC is functioning on how much from bottom to this? On 26 inches of space. 26 inches of space means I could put the CNC up here. Go high. Go better. Say we make a 36-inch base, then 26, that's 56, 62. The top of the CNC would be right there. And from 62 to the top is 18. Give it another 18 inches. Storage. That collection. It's a little sizable. Okay, that doesn't make sense to move that here. How high is this? This table is almost 41, 40 and 3/4 high. Maybe we just drop the table a little bit lower. To drop the table a little bit lower. The fan on because it's getting dark in here. With the CNC here. Move the CNC there, move it up, move it down. These shelves. 35.5, 36. It's 36. And the table is either too low or too high. A little bit higher, a little bit lower. Move this up and up too. Depressingly dark in here, so that's the other thing. Where the hell are you putting the compressor? We put the compressor here. Oops. Call it 19, 17. 17 feels like it's going to be really snug. Let's see. Maybe 17 would work. And then the height of it, the limitations of that. So, what, 32? 32. It's 30. Oh, it's going to be so snug. How do I move it there? I can't. So I won't be able to make that turn. Yeah. That's another go.
And then let's do this. You know, best case the compressor will need to be up in the air somewhere. But getting it up there would be also nice if it was vertical versus horizontal. So how do we do it? How do we undo this whole mess there?
72, 76, 27. 50 spaces. Floor that isn't flat. It's gonna give us all the space we need to hide all this stuff. You guys are how much? 23 and a half. So then make the inside 24. Shy of 24. These can be fitted sideways and they are 15. Yeah. So I would make my own drawers. And yes. Yeah. We could move the wood storage here. And leave that corner for longer projects or something.
The idea is that if I can hide two of those machines there and the shop and have the floor clear, I could have a movable bench. It's a small movable bench. I could have another surface to put things down when I'm working.
So maybe death trap for dump piles. They make it the size of these crates.
Then they make it smaller, so then we have to be drawers.
I don't think I have this many slides left. I'll do that for slides. Maybe that's the way to go. Of course. The longer things. Okay. That's two. One. We have two longer ones. And an onslaught of short ones. Two long ones and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 short ones and 3 tiny ones. These are 20, these are 21 and 22, 20 and 18. 20 drawers. Okay. How many doors I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 620 drawers. 620 drawers. Say you want to make this 10. It's going to be 11. 11. Okay, 66, 70, 66 inches. I have 77. The last drawer will be right here. No, useless. Okay. Yeah, that drawer will be actually perfect. I will end right there. And then what do you do on top of that? Something like this. Barely. With the compressor on top. Okay, so how about we do 3 and 3? Yes, right here. The last drawer height will be so right there. Then will be top space. I'm going to store up here. How high is this? Well, a bit more of these. They're clear, you can see through it. Okay. 65, 3 sets of drawers, 11. It's 36. It's 30. Right. Hold on. 30. These cabinets are 30, right? This cabinet. Stuff will go there, and then we will have space for stuff. Squeeze it underneath this. Yeah, I can put it underneath this. That in here solves that problem. That leaves box of power out. The rest of it is something to move around. How do I optimize this whole thing? I'm almost there. The amount of stuff is limited. That is not an issue. That's an issue. That's not an issue. Yes. Okay, then toss this. Spray cups. Things. Clear. So we can use that to work in. So we go here. What's this? Tape. And then the rest of you is going to be found here. See some residue lacquer left of it. It's okay. There. Cover all of this. That's the cable. Needs to go. The rest of it can stay here for now.
That solves.
Perfect. Let's get rid of this. It's really annoying me. Let's put this all the way in the back. No, it's gonna take this with right, and that takes all of the space. Let's not go. Stuff on. Let's leave it like this for now. Yeah. The moving blankets going up. Let's go. Big space up. Now I don't have to move this section ever again. At least we're not for a little bit. This piece is too. That's a different conversation. This one. Here. Never need the first now box. First one, the other one. That's done. I'm just this out. Oh, this looks a little neater. Turned out my eyes. This looks a little neater. That's clothing. That's racks. Clothing. The gluing up mat. Here. Racks. Collection. Good. That's done. We're not used. Old A-plane. Maybe if you can clean those. You've been some serious roads. A-plane. There. That solves that issue. Trash bag. CNC. There's someone up. So now, put you back here. And then my emergency water. Just in case. Around the water to drink. Like emergency water. That's now we can go here. Okay, good. That's done. But that's good. Now, next thing. Sanding mat. That's slides. It's a cool box. Now where do I put it? It's a little bit of dust in here. Nothing I'm worried about.
That's good, and actually that's good. Uh, under the sink, so easy enough place to access. Will you fit under the sink? No. So we have the water here, so let's see. Water in the way. And the water stays. This has been opened before. I'll decide what to do next. So we want fit because I think this water is here. So we will go this side and the water to this side. How about now? We fit now. Close enough, I guess. No idea, but I can't do anything about it. So put you maybe face first. Everything's stuck. Okay, good. That solves that problem. Okay, next. Power. Power. Side. Wire you a longer cord at some point. I need access to that sooner than later, so we need to be conscientious about this fact that we are watering ourselves. Let's see what else we can do. Hold on, give me enough water. That's what we're doing here. do we have here? Window jealousies replacement check. Exhaust fan, not yet. Plywood rack. That house, thankfully done. Subwoofer, not yet. Assembly table, check. Invoice for this one, not. Router fence, no. And photo shaker, not yet. So we have some catching up to do here. So we should the Benzo or the drill. The Benzo wants to this. This is too wide. It's too wide. It's about as wide as it gets. Oh, that's Benzo is the only logical place for the Benzo. Let's put this back here and make this part here. Need a better selection of scrap storage, but that's okay. We probably should sort through this at some point. Alright, Benzo can stay here. If it's dark Benzo, then it's not affecting us very much. Because if there's more things standing here, so how about we move you for now out? We move the drill press in here. Yeah, not terribly. I mean, it's not bad. Not bad space wise. I get access to all of this now, but still. Yeah, that corner is the low dead corner. Storage, it's long-term stuff. It's pretty full, so the only other way place to put the Benzo is over there. To carbide T on this Benzo. Right, a better place for the drill press right here. Right, we're just 8 feet from the things. It would be better if it was more in, but there's not much you can do about this. Rolled in sideways. We really shrink this drill press to make it fit there. Will we really shrink it? I mean, we could cut the main shaft down. Cut down the main shaft to make it more of a tabletop. Let's see this thing now. We could hide it right here.
we got. I have the drippers right here. Right there. Works, we can roll it out a little bit. Drill, hide it back here. So that's not a bad place for the drill press because it's about even with this, so whatever. That's good. So that means that you, big boy, are gonna go right in here. So we gotta shoot it. And we still have 8 inches. Oh, sorry. 8, no, 8 inches. We have about 8 inches before we hit the blade. Good. So that solves the problem, and then I have access to this. Finally, I have access to all of this. Pellets have throughout the command jointer pieces, the guides, this empty space we can put stuff in. Okay. So that solves that problem. A box of color. Now what do we do? Okay, here, cap wood. And the toilet is this. Okay. Let's go use that longer cord too. I wish there was a requirement that machines come with long cords. What do we have here? Add them on the bottom, and I like that. present our incredible amount of power. It's on my head, huh? See, I'm organized. They only you. Probably there's something rearrange it for a second. Get one of these. Let's get it. Consolidate. Start considering making a mosaic of maybe wood, a bunch of pieces to glue it together if you have this. Nice. You get more than that. Oh, there's no coal in this. That solves this third box problem. Three boxes there. Maybe. That's it. Pieces. Okay. Tomato, there's a number. Yeah, we had this sheet of tomato. Yep, there's tomatoes. Slide it over there. What the hell is this? Okay, there are side projects. There are side projects. Here, maybe the maple time. Here, guys. Stay. Good. If you think of what we do, plain, here, so now, if you let's do this. Let's okay. Okay. plastic. Yes, yes, useful, but not anymore. It's done. Router. We're going to expand text. And wrap it here. Here, wrap it shadow. Up. Here. Space. Just to give you an idea for a project. What's this? Those lights. check there. And we got the bot. It swallowed a bunch of things in simple swallow. Yes. Oh, like a decent fence or something. So, so it's harder. It's looking worse and worse every day. Yes. I should have made the drawers a lot deeper. I was first time making drawers. I had to learn that drawers need to be deep. Of course we make them later. But before we do this, this, this. That's a problem. This. Four beams. For what? Oh, for the the oh, that. That's the support for the legs. I need not glass to make all the all the sandpaper plates. Very good. What's this? Oops. Space. Need to make a one big jump for random crap and just basically throw everything into that bin. Okay, so eyeballs. Eyeballs. Oops. And close. We have one. Couple containers of this. Per containers. Yep. Clamps. Let's. Okay. Double check all of these. And then put the ones that are, and they're supposed to be in the drawer, and then leave everything else somewhere else. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, you silly bastards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We made a mistake by adding one extra Extra place. Oh, little bastards. Yeah, just fine. Somebody's getting tired for this. Yes. There. This. This. That's 75 days. It was a cool project, but most of us now being back at the wheel. This. I feel my hips getting angry from all this bending down. If it's over, and then this thing's stuck.
Right. So, this question is: are we replacing the driving belt on this? While we have it out and plenty of space. And or if we can be updating the blades. If I look at the blades, they are all fine. I think they leave it. If they're not, then I can say poking around and maybe replacing it. Like with the spelled side, if we have all the required bits. I think they were other set of blades. Just looking some caked here. It seems really dull. With a razor sharp anymore. It's an easy caked fit. What is it cutting last? Oh, I was cutting the untreated or the treated pine. That's what I was cutting last. Yeah, that would do it. To get the extension.
Stop. I'm not really. Set of blades. They do look very good. Maybe a lot of maple going to here, so an investment to make sure that both the blades and the driving boat are fine to obey. Oh yeah, these are razor sharp. Definitely dull down on both sides. There's an option to do this, or there's an option to just pull its head back up. Or the required bits. Maybe we do the pellet like just to have it. If you look ahead, okay. I had to take it out because the blades got chipped before. Excuse me. Ooh. Dust. Well, I'm gonna put my camera here so you guys get to actually see it yourself. The camera out. Which might be out. Some value. Maybe I put that. Right. That's the bad one, but get to that. Wear gloves for this. Four layers to that. Isn't that is the right size? out. Move the way it's supposed to be. Now we have to take up this right? Let's grab a screwdriver. This. And I'll open this up on the other side. If I feed those and the covers. Sides. I just took the cover off and remove the spring here from the junction. And this is good. We are prepared for it. We have the technology. I forgot which screw goes where, and that's the it's going to make this very good. Let's just go to the outside and see how that goes. Let's go this. Let's go. Tight and do is screw that in. So, next we got to remove the bolts. Because we remove the bolts or we don't remove the bolts. Can we get it out this way? These bolts because they haven't been. I don't think these bolts have been removed in a very, very long time, so They're all pinched down, so it's a thing that maybe I shouldn't be removing this. So let's put it back together. You know how it is when you try something and you're like, it doesn't feel kosher. That's how it feels. Like I try the bolts, and if I have removed the blade before, which means that the screws have either gone out or not, which makes me think that this is not designed to go out. I go to replace things. There's just so much grease on it because it hasn't been opened in a while. So. Let's put this back up. This level. There's the other one. Power to tighten this. This again, those bolts. Let's go back to the other side. Need to be in the other side. So it's supposed to be out and not here. But no, close. No, no. How do we take it out? I'm gonna try by it. A few options. Tiny and not so tiny. Quarters is about 15 points. In that case, please guarantee resolve with force. But there, the middle doesn't twist. I'm gonna have to buckle down and watch the instruction how to do it. Down. How did I do it last time? Oh, now, and then move this. That makes it different, but it's squeezing Jesus good. So we are prepared. Yes, we were out last time. We're prepared this time. Expecting it to go boom. Be done. Use the other ones. Very angle. This. Move it down. Complete first step. This time. Nice and pressure, you guys watch it, it's moving. Right? Good, this. No, it's not moving. how the hell am I supposed to get out? Okay. I'm gonna try to gently tap it. Let's see if that loosens it up. To gently tap it, we are going to use this. Don't be very quick. Yep, so we're remotely close. Yep. Okay. That's what we're going to use. Get a little more pressure on this. I'm trying to think that there's something else holding it down because it's not even moving at all. At least I don't think so. See if there's some little tool holding it down or something. Can't really past it. Maybe those small designs. Yeah, just looking here. Anything is abducted. It's in the school. There is this. That's good. This is nothing to do. Most of them get access to it from this backside. But the gearbox and the thing that's access to it. Maybe. But let me do a little bit more tapping and see what if anything moves. Nothing is moving good. Let's do a little bit more tapping. Actually, yeah, it might have moved a little bit. How would you know? Um, how would you know if this is how do you call it back? Is that a plan? Maybe? Oh, oh, I think I got it. A better level for it. Really, really good levels. Yeah. Still not. Good levels or not, this is good. Very much stuck in there. Yeah. Maybe that. Lots of force. What the hell? It's on already. Yep, apparently not yet. Now we take off this part. That's the element. Front. Ooh, ooh. That's right. Nice bearing on the back. And then the blades are attached to it. I'm going to be replacing it with this individual. So first things first, we're going to attach the back. Back. Loose. Again. Here comes the force part. Use a slightly bit beefier hammer. All right. Right. Now comes the application of all the pieces. The washer, and then comes the Jesus clip. And then comes the key that goes in. And this goes on top. Give it a couple of love taps. Again, let's try this differently. Access to the over here, maybe easier. Oh, all the things. Yes, all the same parts. Maybe some size. Maybe some size like this. No, this one is a little bigger. Maybe it got switched out, maybe something that's a little bigger. It looks like it's supposed to fit, but who knows? Let's see if we can. Let me stretch it a little bit. Where am I? Okay, there. That's 10. Put on this. Limit the padding, see. Right. Like that difference. Let's take this off. Put it on this, and then put it on the wheel. Very messy. I'm missing a lot of distance.
I'm gonna give up on this. So it's definitely stretchy enough to accommodate it. Just I'm supposed to. It's enough. Yeah, enough force. It actually goes where it's supposed to. Ah, yeah. And just have to figure out where the key is. Anyways, I don't see anything here with my head. Yes, we're going to clean at it. Virus. Yes, then anyway, awesome. Okay. All is allowed the needs close. This needs to go one more. Good, good, good. Much. Okay. That's perfect. And then the top needs to slide over one. And that. Nice. Right. So now we lock it in. Good. Now that's good. So we're gonna close this bit. Maybe that's the notes. That's good. So now comes the reassembly of the stuff. Right? And, that's just good. And this is that'll be right there. Put the main wheels. Let's do this way. Okay. Attention. Um,
Right, so it's this one. One. Okay. This looks okay. It feels very, very dirty. Other things are slipping on it. So sap. Yeah, let's see if we can clean it up. Yeah, a rag and then ice it about.
It'll be a little dirty for a little bit, but hopefully it'll be more greasy. It's that. So next step is the face. So I'm missing one scoop. So we're taking that. But let's look at what's inside. That's really interesting inside. Inside the things you can do. But before that, I am cleaning up a little bit. Did you hear the compressor? I think it was pretty damn quiet. So I'm happy about it.
Yeah, this is what we're going to be putting in with our little highlight things. It's strip of the screws. A great gun of something. The insert to be smaller than 15. Now, one could be very tempted to do it with an impact driver. It's a lot faster. You have to do it in very low setting. These things have a tendency to crack and break. Enough. I bought it from, I used from somebody. I overpaid for it. That's a whole other thing, based on the current prices. But I bought it used. They have put in all the bits randomly. So when I came around to, swapping them by a quarter rotation, I couldn't tell. I would have to individually pay attention to every single one of those and then pick them all off, them, and then we put them in. During night. They're numbered in math usually, at least in one corner. Two boxes. Okay. No, these look might be used. Yeah, and these are the onions. This is 11. These are all small ones. Okay. I guess we're going to be reusing some of the previous ones. That's okay.
Yeah, my wife wants me home. Let's see. Hello, beautiful. Yes, I'm finishing putting the planer back together and then I'm on my way. Sorry? Oh, yeah, I lost track of time again. Okay, I'll be home shortly. I'll text you when I'm leaving the shop. Easy. Hopefully you did everything right and you do the first cut. The alignment is you don't need any streaks.
He's going to continue having an extra screw. Okay, good enough. Oh, brother, there's a host of different new ones here. There's a host of different new ones. So we got to quickly replace these. Yes. One in between this and the other one. It's really bad enough. inserts hopefully. Maybe just a bit. No one's left, so maybe just about enough. And I explained to I think all of this example technique.
think you can do micro adjustments after you run it a couple of times. Otherwise, it's pretty good.
Not pure carbs. Let's put it down here. It's done. Now let's put the covers. Covers on. Now let's start. Here's the exhaust cover. Where is the here's the cover for this? Oh, there it is. There you go. Oh, Let's go to this position, and then we're going to turn it on and see how it looks like. Into the blades. There we go. Let's see how it goes. There goes. And let's go. Go, right? Yes. Got it. Stop. Left. Thanks guys for being here. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.